normal, but still remember to wash your hands and stay healthy and keep your distance from each other. The thing I always mention every year is volunteers. They're such a big, important part of our fair. If we didn't have our volunteers, we wouldn't have a fair. So if you have, half hour, 15 minutes, whatever you can spare to ask a leader if they need any help. The food booth still needs help. The exhibit building needs help. Just ask. And if they don't have anything right then, they might have something in an hour for you to do. So, and in our, we have the newsletter. There was some contacts for like the food booth and stuff that that you can, get a hold of people to find out who needs volunteers. And let's see, what else was there? And then we're doing our pizza potluck after the fair, or after the rabbit show. So we have a sign-up sheet. I think it's still out there. If you haven't signed up, do that for us. Bring your own drinks and something to share. We'll have the silverware and plates and napkins and pizza, of course, for everyone. And then right after the show, clean up your, if you have cups or papers or any of the food items laying around, clean that stuff up for us. And we will take all of our show equipment down here and we'll take it outside this door. And then hopefully we will have our pizza party right over here in the building behind us. And then there was the other thing was that they need help with. If you like to share your knowledge of rabbits and your rabbit with the public, you can take them over to the contact tent. You need to go over and talk to Connor Scheinman first, or somebody that's running like the petting zoo area, to see if they're ready for you or have a table set up. You can take your rabbit over in its carrying cage over to the tent, and they have a table set up. You can set your rabbit on there, and then people can come up and ask you questions and pet your rabbit and talk to you about rabbits. Oh, yeah, that's right. On the table is a file that says contact tent or petting zoo, I think. There's a paper in it like this. It's laminated. It says that the rabbit is with you and that they're at the contact tent. So please put that inside your cage on the floor so that when we're walking through, we don't think we have an escaped rabbit or something, or a rabbit that's missing. That was another thing. Remember, if your rabbit isn't feeling well and it's sick, do not take it home. Make sure you contact us first, because there's a protocol we have to go through in order for you to remove your rabbit from the show. They can go home, but we need to do it the right way. Yeah, I think you lose all your points or ribbons or, all the stuff. So we want you to do it the right way. We're going to do the awards. The first one I want to recognize is our seniors. That would be Megan Flesher. She's a 10-year member. And Lauren Lutz. And there's a camera there if you want to take their picture. There you go. And then, do you want to hand that? Do you want
Alrighty, now we are going to do the activity sheet awards. So if I call your name, go ahead and come all the way around and come on in and get your award for me. Alrighty, Aspen Benz. Callie Hershey? Did I mess it up really bad?
Did she do it right?
Did I do it right? Ashley Meyer, Jonathan Smith, Nicholas Wilson. Alrighty, now for level 2. Brooke Kneibler. Caleb Kneibler. Ellie Loudon. Elena McKee. Zachary Schneider.
How do you say?
Schreider. Scheider. I did it. I'm not good with names. Mom, you're missing one step. And now for our level 3. Josh Chafee. Evelyn McKee. Caitlin Meyer. Lena Rielson. Lillian Wilson. And Lucas Wilson. Rabbit ambassador. Do you want to explain what it is?
Okay, we always have a rabbit ambassador contest. And those of you that are not aware of what that is, it's a test of knowledge. They do a breed ID and they also do a showmanship. This year and in the years past, we've always joined in with Whitley County. And 2 of our members participated this year, and that would be Chase and Carter Malcolm, if they want to come on down. It's a hard test, and these guys, they hang in there and they study every year for it, and they did a very good job. So. And the other thing was, it's really sad today because we usually have plaques for them, but the plaques won't be in until Friday. So we've got ribbons instead, I think. Certificates instead today. Yeah. Thank you guys. And then they're going down to the state fair and they'll compete down there for us, represent Allen County. In the past, we've had several of our members. Natalie Hauser was one. She won the Masters Division. My daughter won the Masters Division. I believe Nora Burnt did, and that was from years back. There's been Nicole Mudrack. I believe she won Dutchess at that level. At that time was Dutchess, and then I think that she also won the Masters Division then later. But yeah, thank you guys. Okay. Oh, and then real quick here, Chad Hockemeyer has been really nice, and he donated something for us, for all of us. Each one of the members will receive one of these. Did you want to hold it up for us? Caitlin's going to get it for us and show it to us. They lasered out a metal rabbit for us. You can get hog rings and hook them to the top of your cage. So when you guys, once you get out here on the floor, and you're showing your rabbits, and before you leave, Chad will hand one to you. So make sure you get one picked up and tell him thank you. Yeah, they turned out really nice. Then we thought we'd do something fun this year, because we're always judging just the rabbits, but there's a lot of things that go on behind the rabbits. I'm losing my voice. My favorite one today is, and Lena isn't even in here, I don't believe. Is Lena Rielson in here? I think she's over there showing rabbits. Her rabbit that she brought today, according to my records, this is his 10th show. We believe he has actually been to 12. His name is Rue. He's a Lynx Mini Rex. And he came from, I believe, Chafee's. And it's kind of neat because if you go through the barn, the rabbits are all interwoven with other people in the past. So, like the casters is from my son. He's 31. Some of his caster lines are still out here. His red line is still out here. So Chafee's, they had a red doe from their years ago, and they needed a buck, and so they borrowed my son's, and that's how some of the red ones got started. But yeah, so anyway, long story short, Chafee's had given the Lynx Rue to Lucas, actually, and he showed him his very first year of 4-H. So we'll have to we got a ribbon for Rue whenever Lena gets around to getting over here. The next one is Reggie Shaw. He was our leader for 45 years. We have a member here that's not too far behind, and is actually, I'm going to pass him up, and that would be Megan Flesher. When 4-H years ago, they had what they called Clover Buds. The mini 4-H is actually kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, but Clover Buds were before that, so they were 2-3 years old. Megan has been a professional member for 16 years. And so we're hoping that she will come back next year as a leader and keep that going. See if you can beat Reggie's 45-year sprint. And you know, actually, Reggie's that doesn't even include his 10 years as a parent with his kids in 4-H. Then our next one is, we were trying to figure out who had the most rabbits in the barn. Lutz actually have 150, most generally, where they go up to 285. Hartmans usually have 90 to 110 average in their barn. And Knieblers, did we come up with a total? Where did they go? I think they were saying maybe around 100 is what they thought. So that was the other barn. So the Lutz have actually won. So for their family, we've got some ribbons for each one of the kids for the rabbits that they raise. The next one is who had the most breeds of rabbits. And the Lutz family, again, they have 6 breeds of rabbits in their barn. Stones, Finks, and Chesters, or Lutz have 6, I'm sorry. And then Chesters, Stones, and Finks have 5 breeds of rabbits. And these rabbits that they have are all the more unusual breeds or the rare breeds, the large 6-class rabbits. So any of the Finks, Stones, and Chesters, you can come down. And of course, man, you can come down with you got your...
Rate it. Be careful. Okay, Megan, you grab me a couple more of those on that picture.
Do we have enough? And then, and I have 2. All right, and then Chase Malcolm has a mini lop that has broke his leg, had his leg pinned, and he continues to show him, and he's won best breed how many times? 4 times with a pinned leg. So, do you have your mini lop here today then? He's at home. Okay, so he took the day off. But he was at the Coldwater show, wasn't he? With you? Yeah. So he was up there at the Coldwater Show with us. And then 12 years ago, Chafee's had a barn fire. They had lost a lot of their show stock, their rabbits. They managed to save a few of the rabbits. Troy brought them down to me in a box. I'm sorry. He brought them down to me in a box. And he evidently thought that they wouldn't be stressed. Everything would be so stressed that they wouldn't breed. But rabbits are rabbits. So, yeah, about 30 days later, we had, I think, 2 litters of bunnies. But so they had to get replacement rabbits, and one of the replacement rabbits was the red doe that I was talking about earlier. So the line of reds that's out there are from Chafee's 12-year fire. So let's see, I think then we need Sean to come out and tell us. Josh needs one. Yeah, there he is.
All right, for those of you who are selling rabbits in the livestock auction, this form I need you to fill out. Try to have it to me as soon as the show is over or after your class is over, because all these classes will be the first 4 classes. So if you're selling a rabbit in the auction, fill the form out, give it to me, and if you are showing other species and you decide to sell that instead of your rabbit, just let us know and I'll make sure it gets off the list. Any questions on these? Okay. Yeah, just come see me after your class.
Oh, one more thing. The bulletin board in the back where the rabbits, or in the rabbit barn, put your rabbit cages off to each side of the bulletin board so people can get in front of the bulletin board and read it. There's not to be any carriers under or over the cages, no food underneath the cages, and the only place that there should be feed or any supplies should be on that back west wall. Okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and we'll introduce Jeff today, and we're honored to have him back again. He drove all the way from North Carolina to judge our show again. For some 50 years, I don't want to date him, but for some 50 years now, he's had quite a fascinating rabbit career. He's a licensed all-breed rabbit judge since 1982. The most impressive thing, I think, that he's accomplished with his Belgian hares is his one doe has won 52 best in shows. This is the open shows, and he's traveled all over the country with her. So I don't know what the record is for, but that's very unusual to win 52 best. Winning once is unbelievable, but 52 times with the same doe. Jeff is judged in many different countries, and recently he got the prestigious honor of being part of the team of judges that'll do a big rabbit exposition in Belgium for both French and Belgian exhibitors in October. He's held many ARBA positions. He's served on like the standard committee and the judges education committee. And then outside of rabbits, he was an educator. He did high school chemistry. He was a physics teacher, college physics instructor. He's been a soccer coach. His list goes on and on. So we want to thank Jeff for coming all this way, and we're honored to have him back.
Okay, we're ready to go. What time is it? We have 4 minutes to spare, so yeah, let's see, here's Jen. There she is, right there. Your flowers are here.
Attention 4-Hers, we will start the show in just a few minutes. So please prepare your meat pins and single fryers and bring them into the show arena. Meat pins and single fryers. We used to have one that went both. In the last few years, there's not one that does both. So I have to-
Check 1, 2.
At this point, ooh, this one works better. At this point, we should have meat pins heading in and single fryers. If you have a roaster or stewer, once the single fryers are up on the table, go ahead and bring those into the ring.
All right, we're getting ready to start the rabbit judging. The first competition we've got here today is going to be our meat class rabbits. Beginning with the meat pens. Meat pens, of course, are shown in groups of 3. There are a couple limitations to the meat pens. First of all, they have to weigh a certain amount, 3.5 to 5.5 pounds. They also have to be 10 weeks of age as a maximum. looking for 4 basic things there with the meat pens. We look at the fur, we look at the condition, we look at the uniformity, and of course, these are meat rabbits, so the main thing is going to be the meat characteristics of the animal that go through. And of course, the pen of 3 animals that come the closest to having a uniform meeting of those 4 qualities are the ones that come out to be the top pens. So that's what we're looking at here in the first beginning of the judging. All right, we have 5 nice pins here. And as I said, we're looking at these pins based on the 4 qualities: meat producing characteristics, condition, fur, and uniformity. I'm going to line these pins up 1 through 5. All 5 pins lack a little bit in terms of overall uniformity. They also are separated a little by the condition of the animals as well as the finish of the fur. Meat producing qualities on what will be the first place pin, although there is a little discrepancy in terms of uniformity. They are the most uniform pin, also the one that exhibits the most meat producing qualities. So we'll place these now. Okay, so our fifth place pin today is going to be Lindsay Stone. Our 4th place pin is Caitlin Hockmeyer. Our 3rd place pin is Brooke Kneibler. Second place pin is going to be Wyatt Fink, and 1st place is going to be Taylor Kneibler.
Our champion meat pin is Taylor Kneibler, and our reserve champion meat pin is Wyatt Fink. Next up, we will have our single fryers. Please bring your roasters and stewers to the show ring.
Okay, we're judging our single fryer class. This class is very similar to the meat pens, except we don't have a class of 3, we have a class of 1. But looking at some of the same basic things, meat qualities, condition, and fur. Our 7th place single fryer is going to be a W3. A smaller animal, just doesn't have quite the fullness, especially through the hind quarter and the meat section. Still working on the finish to the coat. Our 6th place animal is going to be a V1. This animal also lacks some depth of loin, fullness of the loin, and fullness of the hind quarter, where most of your meat is in these animals. And it still has its baby coat, and it's not quite finished in the coat. Our 5th place will be a Z2. Nice animal, has a fairly well-typed animal. It just needs some more fullness with the loin section of the animal, and also some fullness in the lower hind quarter. It has a nice quality to its coat. It's just not quite finished. Our 4th place animal is going to be a U3. It's a nice animal, a little bit smaller animal in the class. It too lacks some fullness and development, mainly through the loin section and also in the hind quarter. Has a nice quality to its coat, just lacks a little finish around the lower hind quarters. Our 3rd place single fryer is going to be a T3. It's a nice animal. It's losing out on our first 2 animals. It's not quite as full on the very top of the loin. Lacks just a little fullness in the lower hind quarter. It also lacks a little finish to its coat. 2nd place single fryer is going to be a B1. Very nice animal. Very typey animal. It's losing out on the 1st place for animal. It just doesn't have quite the width and fullness of the loin across the top. Lacks just a little fullness of the lower hind quarter. Nice, hard animal, well-muscled animal. And our 1st place single fryer is going to be a Y4. Very nice animal, very well filled out, hard flesh, just lacks a little finish in the coat.
Our champion single fryer goes to Caitlin Huckemeyer, and our reserve champion single fryer goes to Brooke Kneibler. Great job, ladies. Right now, our roasters are going up on the table. In just a moment, our stewers. At this point, our minis need to prepare their rabbits and go ahead and bring them into the show ring. We might need a few older 4-H kids to help the minis put rabbits on tables. So if you have a big brother or sister, feel free to bring them along. We want to thank our helpers today. We have Tate Bonin, one of our 2 top achievers. She's in the blue shirt. and Drew Dafford, one of the honor achievers in the orange shirt. Thanks, guys, for coming and helping today. Make sure on your way by them, if you didn't get your blue ribbons, grab your blue ribbons, 1 per rabbit. Also, while he's looking at these roasters, if the 4-Hers haven't picked up their orange shirt, I see some of the orange shirts out in the audience. Make sure you stop by today and pick up your orange shirt. They were donated by Allen County Beck's Dealers, Ulmer Seed Sales, Hadley Sales, and Magroot Egg Sales. They will be located over next to the poultry barn today, at least this morning for a while. So you can still pick up your shirt if you haven't gotten it yet.
So we have our roaster class now. This is, again, another meat class. These animals have to be under 6 months of age, a weight range of 5.5 up to 9 pounds. We have a class of 3 here. Our third place animal is going to be an X13. This is a nice animal. It lacks just a little bit compared to the other 2 animals in terms of fullness through the loin of the rabbit and also in fullness of the lower hindquarters, not quite as finished in its coat. And again, we're looking at 3 things here. We're looking at the meat qualities of the animal. We're looking at the condition of the animal and the flesh. Our second place roaster is going to be 01 C1. Very nice animal. It's losing out to the first place animal, not quite as full in the loin, not quite as full at the lower hind quarter, and it lacks a little in terms of the finish of its coat. And our first place EH2D. Very nice animal in terms of type. Has an excellent width of loin, fullness of its hindquarters, good quality to the coat, just lacks a little finish down at the lower hindquarter.
Our champion roaster, goat. Testing. Something just happened to my mic. Testing. I win. Champion roaster goes to Maxwell Hartman, and reserve champion goes to Caleb Kneibler. Congratulations, boys. While he's looking at the stewards, I want to thank some of our sponsors. Our champion meat pin trophy was sponsored in memory of Russell Parker by Nancy Parker. Our reserve champion meat pin trophy was in loving memory of Russ Parker by Sean, Don, Carly, and Corbin Parker. Our champion single fryer trophy was in loving memory of Russ Parker by Sean, Don, Carly, and Corbin Parker. Carly's last name is not Parker anymore. And Warner's not listed. And you're not allowed to cry. I love you, Sean. Okay, reserve champion single fryer was donated by Solomon Farms, Brian and Sue Solomon. Our champion roaster trophy was sponsored by A Plus Irrigation, and also the reserve champion roaster trophy. And the steward trophies that are about to go out, champion was sponsored by the John H. Platt family, and reserve champion was sponsored by Three Rivers Radivit Razors in memory of Janet and Nora Burnt. If someone is missing their keys, it looks like I get a new Dodge from Fort Wayne Community Schools Study and Construction, and a dog tag that doesn't have a piece on it. So if these happen to be yours, please see me at the desk. If not, I get a new Dodge. He says I have to figure out which one it is. There's a panic button. I got this.
Okay, we have our steward class. Here we're looking at animals over 6 months of age and over 8 pounds. We have 3 in this class. Our third place is going to be a CH China. Okay. This animal lacks, compared to the first and second place animals, just a little width and development through the hind quarter. She's a little narrow in her loin, not quite as full and round in the hind quarter where you have a lot of the meat. She tends to be just a little rough on her spine. She does have a fairly good quality to her coat, just lacks a little in the finish. Our second place animal, is that CM12? Nice animal. This animal's losing out to our first place animal on the fullness of the loin. She lacks just a little width, a little roundness through the top of her hind quarter and fullness in the lower hind quarter. She tends to be a little soft in her flesh and lacks some finish to her coat. And our first place steward is Olaf. Nice animal, very hard, firm flesh animal. I'd like to see him just a little fuller at the base of his hind quarter, just a little bit rounder and deeper in terms of his loin. Has a nice coat and a good finish.
Our champion steward goes to Megan Flesher, and our reserve champion steward goes to Eleanor Fink. Minis at the end of the show, make sure to check in with us, and if we have enough of the rabbits left, we will have a rabbit for you. But at the end of the show, we will check. So minis, make sure you stop by to see me or Cheryl at the end of the show. This next class is my favorite class of the day. This is the mini class. Mini 4-Hers are students who have just completed kindergarten, first, and second grade. So for some of these guys, this is their first chance to show a rabbit. So it might be their own rabbit, or it might be a sibling's rabbit, which is fine in this class today. But they're starting to learn how to take care of their rabbits. And today the judge will just talk to each one and tell them things about their rabbits. And they're all going to smile and look pretty. Smile and look pretty. Or handsome. So sorry. Look handsome. Boys, look handsome.
All right, so we have the mini class up here, and as she said, this is just a class where we go through and we talk to each of these young exhibitors, and they tell us things about their rabbit and about their breed. The first one we have here is Colson. Colson's got a Rex. Is a broken otter Rex, and I asked him what he liked best about this breed. He likes this broken pattern. He likes seeing the contrast between the color and the white.
Please get your American Fuzzy Lops, French Angoras, and Jersey Rulies and bring them to the show ring.
So our next mini exhibitor is Zoe. Zoe's got a mini Rex in the chocolate variety, and I asked her what did she like most about this, and she said she likes it because it's soft. And of course we know that Rex breed rabbits, both the standard and the mini Rex, are different than the normal furred animals because they have a mutation to their fur, so that makes it nice and soft. So our next mini exhibitor here is Gracie. Gracie also has a mini Rex, and I asked her what she likes about the breed. And again, she's very attracted to the softness of that Rex coat. And I asked her what the name of this animal was, and she told me her name was Happy, but she's not necessarily always happy. Our next mini exhibitor is Jax. Jax is with a blue silver fox, and I asked Jax what he liked about silver fox, and he said, well, I like this particular variety because they're gray colored, and gray is my favorite color. Our next mini exhibitor here is Olivia. Olivia has an American Fuzzy Lop, who she tells me its name is Sweetie. And she says most of the time she's very sweet, and she really likes this breed. Very young animal, she said, and she enjoys showing. Our next mini exhibitor is Brantley. Brantley's got a golden palomino here, he tells me his name is Goldie. And I asked him what he liked about this breed, and he told me that he likes the fact that when he takes them out, they're very easy to handle, and he enjoys handling them. And our last mini exhibitor is Dorothy. Dorothy's with a white New Zealand who happens to be named Snowflake. And I asked her what she liked best about this breed, and she says the fact that it's white. That is her favorite color. So that's all our mini exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
We're going to have the judge stand next to him for a second and get a picture. So if you'll stand at the end of the table, and then we'll have our big 4-H'ers help our minis get their bunnies off. Okay, we are now going on to our fuzzy bunnies. So American Fuzzy Lop Solids will be coming up to the table. And French Angora and Jersey Woolly will be next. French Lops can go ahead and start getting your rabbits ready and bring them towards the show ring.
Okay, so we're starting the American Fuzzy Lops. It's one of our lot breeds. And this is our only lot breed, which actually also has a combination of the Lop Factor plus wool. We have 3 senior bucks in the solid class. Our third place is going to be a WDJI4. Has a nice length of body. The animal fails a little bit in the width and development through the shoulders, also in the depth of shoulders. Could be a little fuller in the lower hind quarter. Has a very nice shape to the head, nice width between the eyes, and good fullness at the jaw. Good shape and substance to the ear. It fails just a little in terms of being able to not control the ears fully and allow those to hang. Good quality to the wool, just like some finish to the wool. Our second place animal is going to be a BWCLI. Has a nice length of body. This animal excels in head, but it fails in body. It lacks some depth and width of shoulders. It's very narrow at the base of the hind quarter. He too has a little too much control in his ears. Doesn't have quite the structure of ear to keep the ear open and hanging properly. Very nice quality to the wool in terms of texture and density, just like some finish. Our first place animal is a WDJI3. Very nice length of body. This animal too could use just a little bit more depth and width of shoulders. Has a promising head, nice shape to the ear, a little control in the ear. The texture of the wool is just a trifle soft and it lacks a little in the finish. Those two can go back. Our next class in the American Fuzzy Lop is our solid senior doe. We have 1 in the class. First place will be a BTSC. It's a nice, tight animal. She has excellent width through the shoulders, midsection, hind quarter. She lacks just a little depth in her shoulder. She rounds well in her hind quarter. Very nice shape to her head. Excellent carriage to her ears. Nice shape to her ear. She just lacks some finish through her coat, and also she lacks a little texture to her coat. We now have a class of 3 solid American Fuzzy Lop Junior Does. Our third place is going to be V4. She has a very nice length to her body. She fails just a little in body type in terms of depth over her hind quarter and width in the shoulders. She has a fairly well-shaped head. It lacks just a little development in the lower jaw. She still has a little control in her ears, lacks a little substance to her ear, a little folded. She also lacks some development of the wool. Our second place animal is Snow. Snow has very nice length of body, rounds well on the top of the hind quarter, could use a little more fullness in the lower hind quarter. She could use some width and depth through her shoulders. She has an excellent shape to her head, nice carriage to her ears, nice shape to her ear. Still has her baby coat, lacks a little finish and uniformity in her wool. And our first place solid junior doe is going to be V3. Very nice length of body. She has fairly good type. The exception, she needs a little more depth and width to her shoulders. She has a well-shaped head. She has very good carriage to her ears, very nice shape to her ears. She too has her baby coat, so she lacks some finish and uniformity to it. Our next class is our American Fuzzy Lop Broken Junior Does. We have a class of 1, and our first place is E5. She's a very nicely typed animal. She has good depth and width and roundness through her hind quarter. She fails just a little in terms of depth of shoulders. She has a well-shaped head, lacks just a little fullness at the muzzle. I'd like to see her a little less control in her ear, but she has a very nice shaped ear. She has very nice finish to her coat, very good texture to her wool, very good density to her wool. She'll be the best broken American Fuzzy Lop. In our solids, our senior buck, ear number WDJI3, will be the best solid. Our best opposite solid will be the senior doe BTSC. And best of breed is going to be our broken junior doe E5. And opposite will be our solid senior buck WDJI3.
Our best of breed American Fuzzy Lop goes to Dylan Paul, and best opposite goes to
Is it Haley or Hallie? Hallie?
Hallie Paul. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I said her name right. Right now, we have French Angoras on the table. If you see the fur flying, that's why. Next up is Jersey Woolies, and then French Lops, which I think most are in here. Mini Satins will be next after that. So Mini Satins, you can start getting your rabbits around.
We have our first class in our French Angoras, which is an agouti senior doe, and she's going to be first place, EVIE. She's a lovely animal, very nice typed animal, even though you can't see it underneath this wool. These animals also must have a body just like you would in a normal commercial type animal, especially on the French, where you want a nice, firm, solid body underneath. And she does have very good type. She lacks just a little bit of smoothness down her spine and on her hips. She has very nice texture to her wool. She lacks just a little bit in the density of her wool and a little finish on the sides, but she's a lovely animal. And then our second class is going to be a solid or a broken senior doe. First place FCB or A2. Okay. She fails just a little bit in body type. She's not quite as strong underneath her wool as the other animal was. She lacks a little width and development in her hind quarter and some smoothness in her hind quarter. She does have nice texture to her wool. And she's a little tired. She lays down here. She lacks some finish on her hips. So our best French Angora is going to be our agouti doe. We now have our Jersey Woolly breed, one of our dwarf type breeds, very small breeds that has wool. We have our first class, which is a chocolate senior buck, one in the class, and so it'll be first JRBBU. He's got very nice length to his body, fairly well typed animal. He lacks just a little fullness in his lower hind quarter. He has a very nice developed head, nice shape and substance to his ear. He has good texture to his wool. He lacks a little finish in terms of his wool on his back and on his sides, and his chocolate color is just coming in. Our next class is our chocolate senior doe class, class of 1. And our first place animal is going to be a AF62B. She's got nice length of body. She fails a little in her body type. She doesn't have quite the depth of body that I'd like to see. She's a little low over her shoulders and her hind quarter, not quite as full in the lower hind quarter. She does have a very nice shape to her head, nice shape and substance to her ear. She too has a very well textured coat, but she lacks finish of her coat. She lacks some finish of her color. Our best chocolate variety is going to be our senior buck, and she will be the best opposite of the chocolate variety. And
Caitlin Meyer, please bring your mini satin to the show ring. Caitlin Meyer, please bring your mini satin to the show ring. Also, Silver Foxes can start getting ready.
our next class of Jersey Woolies is our Blue Junior Doe. We have a class of 1. First place is going to be a 154. She has a very nice body type. She has very good length of body, nice depth of shoulder, nice roundness through her hind quarter. She lacks a little fullness in her lower hind quarter, and I'd like to see her a little smoother in her condition. She has a nice shape to her head, good carriage and shape to her ears. She still has her baby coat, so her wool's very soft in texture, and it lacks a little in the finish. And she's going to be our best blue variety. So that completes our self group. So for our self group, our best animal is going to be our chocolate senior buck, and our best opposite self is going to be our chocolate senior doe. Our last variety in our Jersey Woolies is our Otter Junior Doe, class of 1. It's LAC. She's got very good body type. Nice length of body, nice depth and width of body, nice roundness through her hind quarter. She has nice shape and substance to her ear. Her only fault is she needs a little bit more development through her head in terms of width and fullness. She has a very well textured coat, nice density to her coat, and a nice finish. She'll be our best otter. She'll also be our best tan pattern. And for our breed, our best of breed is going to be our chocolate senior buck, and our best opposite for the breed is going to be our Otter Junior Doe.
Our best of breed Jersey Woolly goes to Dylan Paul, and our best opposite breed Jersey Woolly goes to Hallie Paul. As I see orange t-shirts again, make sure 4-Hers that you go over by the llama area in the poultry barn and get your free orange t-shirt. If nothing else, it'll give you a pair of pajamas.
We now have our French lot breed. It's our most massive of our lot breeds. We have a class of 2 solid senior bucks to begin with. French lops are judged in 2 basic groups, our solid group and our broken group. We have a class of 2 senior bucks in the solid. Second place is going to be CT Hot Rod. Has a very good length to his body. He just fails a little in terms of the massiveness and width of his shoulders and midsection. He rounds well in his hind quarter. He has a well-shaped head. It could be just a little bolder for a senior buck. Nice shape and substance to his ears. His crown is set back just slightly on his head, and his crown could be just a little more wider and stronger developed. Not quite finished in his coat, and a few scattered white hairs in his back. Our first place animal is CT Magnum. He has very good length of body. He has excellent width through his body. He rounds well in his hind quarter, massive shape to his head. He also has very good shape and texture to his ears. He could have just a little more width and development in his crown. He's not quite finished in his coat or his color. Our next class of French lops is our solid senior doe class, class of 2. Second place is going to be a CT Nova. She's got good length of body, but she fails a little in her overall body type to the first place animal. She flattens off slightly in her hind quarter. She doesn't have quite as strong a developed head as the first place animal, and her crown is set back more on her head, not quite as developed as the first place animal. She has a good quality to her coat, but she lacks some finish to her coat. Our first place animal is CT Stella. She's got very nice length of body. She has excellent width through her shoulders, midsection, and hind quarter. I wish she rounded just a little deeper on the very top of her loin. Excellent shape and development to her head. Very nice shape, substance to her ear. She lacks just a little in terms of the development of her crown. She too lacks a little finish to her coat.
While he's looking at these rabbits, if anyone is interested, we have 4 extra Three Rivers Rabbit Raisers t-shirts sitting over on the table in the rabbit barn. If they're a size that fits you and you're interested, please see Cheryl or myself. They're $10.50 each. Also, for anybody who's new coming in, we have Top Achiever Tate Bonin in the blue shirt and Honor Achiever Drew Dafford, I can't talk, in the orange shirt helping us out, give out awards today.
Our last class in the solid French lops is our junior solid dough class, class of 2. Second place is going to be a CT Mary. Has a good length of body, but she just doesn't have quite the development in terms of width of body to the first place rabbit. She lacks some width through the shoulder and the midsection. She also lacks some development in her head. Doesn't have quite the fullness of the head, especially in the lower jaw, muzzle area. She does have good shape to her ears, good carriage to her ears. She lacks some finish to her coat. She's just a little rough down her spine and on her hip. And then our first place solid junior doe is CT Savannah. She has a very nice length to her body. She has excellent width through her shoulders and midsection. She lacks just a little roundness on the very top of her hind quarter, just slightly hollow at the loin. Excellent shape to her head, very nice carriage to her ear. I'd like her crown to be slightly stronger developed. She has very good density and texture to her coat, but she lacks some finish to her coat. Our next class in the French Lops is our broken senior buck class, class of 1. Ear number CT BO. He's got good length of body. He's got nice width through his body. I'd like to see him just a little smoother down his spine and on his hips. Nice shape to his head. He has good carriage to his ears, good shape and substance to his ears. He fails a bit in terms of width and development in his crown. He also has very nice texture and density to his coat, but he lacks a lot of finish to his coat. Our last class in the French Lops is our broken senior doe class, class of 1, CTS Sarabi. She fails just a little in body type. She could use a little more depth of body over her shoulders. She tends to flatten off slightly in her hind quarter. She needs some more width through the shoulder and midsection. She just lacks the overall massiveness that a French Lop should have. She does have a good head. She fails just slightly in the carriage of her ears. They're carried a little out, and that mainly comes from the fact that the crown just doesn't have quite the width and development it should have. She has very nice flesh condition. She has a good quality to her coat and a good finish to her coat. In terms of our group winners, our best broken is going to be the senior buck. Our best opposite broken then will be the senior doe. In the solids, our best solid is going to be the senior doe. Our best opposite solid is going to be the senior buck.
At this time, we need mini lops brought into the show ring. Silver Fox should already be here. And go ahead and bring in your Polish and English lops.
And for our breed winners, our best of breed in the French Lop is going to be our solid senior doe, best of breed, and best of opposite sex is going to be the broken senior buck.
Our best of breed and best opposite breed French Lop goes to Lauren Lutz. Congratulations, Lauren. Next up, we will have our mini satins, then Silver Fox, and on deck after that is our mini lops.
Now starting our mini satin breed. Mini satins are one of our smaller compact breeds, which also has a variation from a normal rabbit in terms of the fur. Has a genetic mutation that makes the normal fur satinized, so it has a nice sheen to it that you can see. We have a class of 1 to begin with in the Broken Junior Bucks, and it's a N Yoshi. He's got very good length to his body, nice body type. He has good width to shoulders, midsection. He has fairly well filled hindquarters. I'd like to see him just a little fuller at the very loin. His loin could be a little rounder and fuller on the top. Nice shape to the head, good ears. He has excellent density, texture to his coat, and a very nice finished coat. Excellent sheen to his coat and very good color. He'll be the best broken variety. Our next variety in the mini satins is our chinchilla variety. We have a class of 1 senior buck to begin with. Your number K101 will be first. He's got good length to his body. He fails just a little in terms of the width of his midsection, width and fullness of his hindquarter. He has excellent density to his coat and a very nice texture to his coat. He has a good surface color down his back. He fails just slightly in his ring color. He lacks some finish of his surface color down around his sides and his hips. And a nice sheen down the top of his back where his coat is finished. Our next class in the chinchillas is our senior doe class, class of 1. And our first place rabbit is a B622. She has good length of body. She also has fairly good body type. She lacks just a little fullness in her lower hindquarter. She too could round just a little deeper and wider on the top of her hindquarter. She has very good texture to her coat. She lacks a little density to her coat. Her ring color could be a little clearer. She lacks a little finish on her surface color. She will be the best chinchilla variety. Our senior buck then is going to be the best opposite of the chinchillas. Okay, for our best breed and best opposite sex in the mini satins, our broken buck is going to be our best of breed, and our chinchilla doe is going to be the best opposite sex of breed.
Our best of breed mini satin goes to Caitlin Meyer, And best opposite breed goes to Brenna Lake. Congratulations, ladies. Just a reminder, if you drive a Dodge and you have a lanyard that says Fort Wayne Community Schools Study, or it could be Studi, that is the name of an elementary school and it's spelled like that, and you don't want me to take your Dodge home, you should come and see me at the desk. I can also use your Kroger points. And I have a minute key that's going to get me into something, but I don't know what. And there's a K on it. Oh, more information. It's a minivan with dual sliding doors because that's what these buttons mean apparently. I can remote start it from here and open the back end. If you don't want it, I'll trade you.
All right, our next breed is our Silver Fox. This is a commercial meat type breed. It's a little unique, again, in terms of its fur structure. On the Silver Fox, you're looking for a fur that actually, when you stroke the fur from the hind quarter to the shoulder, it actually stands up. So it has a lot of body to it as opposed to a rollback coat or a flyback coat that you see on some other breeds. It's also a longer coat than you would normally see. Our first class is a blue senior buck. The blue variety is not one of the accepted varieties yet. It's in the certificate of development process. And our first place in that class is going to be a AGZ or 2. He's got good length of body. He fails a little bit in terms of his width in his hind quarter, roundness through his hind quarter. He's a little rough in flesh. He has a nice shape. He fails just a little in terms of the uniformity of the silvering on his body. He doesn't have quite as much silvering on his ears or his head or his front legs as he does his body. And it's very important that we have a uniform coating of the silver hair throughout the color. He has fairly good texture to his coat. I'd like to see just a little bit more overall length to his coat. And he is then the best blue one is the only blue one. And then in our silver fox, we have a class of 2 senior does in the black. Our second place senior doe is going to be a PF3. She fails slightly in her body type. She tends to be a little narrow through the midsection. She's slightly hollow in her loin, doesn't have quite the fullness down at the base of the table that I'd like to see. In terms of silvering, she's very light in the silvering on her back, on her ears, on her feet. She also tends to be a little short in her coat, doesn't have quite the length of coat that she should have. And when her coat is moved from the hind quarter up to the shoulder, it tends to want to move back in place as opposed to standing up the way a silver fox should. Our first place senior doe is going to be a AG1. She's got good length of body, nice width through her shoulders and midsection. She just needs to have a lot more width and roundness in the hind quarter. She also needs to round a little deeper in the top of her hind quarter. She, on the other hand, instead of not having enough silvering, she actually has a little too much silvering on her back. If you can imagine looking at a night sky with stars, which are just vaguely scattered throughout the sky, that's kind of what the silvering should be on the back. So she has just a little too much silvering on her back. She does have good silvering on her head and her front legs and her ears. She has a nice texture to her coat. Her coat too could be just a little bit longer, not quite as finished. So she is going to be our best of breed silver fox. Our next breed is our mini lops. We start with the solid group, and our first class is our solid senior bucks. We have a class of 2. Our second place rabbit is a CCR.
It should be
CCRN4. Has a nice length of body. He rounds well over the top of his hind quarter. He just doesn't have quite the development in the shoulder and midsection as our first place rabbit. Not quite the fullness and massiveness of the head, especially in the lower jaw. Has a good carriage to his ears, nice development to his crown, good quality to his coat, and a nice color. Our first place rabbit is going to be a CCRNN3. He's got very good length to his body, very nice body type, nice width to the shoulder, nice roundness in his hind quarter, well-shaped head, good development of his crown, good carriage to his ears. He has a good quality to his coat. He lacks just a little finish down at the very base of his hind quarter.
While he's looking at these next couple rabbits, I want to thank some of our Best of Breed trophy sponsors, A+ Irrigation Hoop & Gardeners, Dale and Mary Lou Linnemeyer, Three Rivers Rabbit Raisers in memory of Janet and Nora Burnt, the John Platt family, Reggie and Diana Scholl, Raymond and Jennifer Oliver, G&K Concepts, Greg and Kim Kneibler, Sam and Janelle Malcolm, Rex Coomer Farms, the Lutz family, and I think I got everybody off that list. Thank you all for donating towards our trophies this year.
Our next class of mini lops is our solid senior doe class, class of 2. Our second place doe is a CCGD. She has a very nice length to her body, but she fails overall in terms of depth of body. She's a little low in her shoulders, and she slopes very quickly off in her hind quarter. Not quite as full at the base of the hind quarter. She does have a nice shape to her head. Her ears tend to be a little pointed at the tips. They lack a little substance. Her crown is a little narrow, not quite as strongly developed as it should be. She does have a good density and texture to her coat and a nice color, except where she's finishing around her sides. Our first place mini lop solid senior doe is ear number CC Sunflower. She's got very nice length of body, very good body type, well-shaped head, nice development to her crown, good carriage to her ears. I'd like to see just a little bit more substance to her ear, a little less fold at the tip. She has excellent density, texture of coat, and a very nice finish to her coat and her color.
We have mini lots on testing. We have many lops on the table now. We should have Polish and English lops in the show ring, and go ahead and start preparing your mini Rex.
Our next class of mini lops is our solid junior bucks, class of 2. Second place is going to be, looks like Undertaker. Has good length of body. Fails just slightly in terms of width and depth of shoulders, also roundness and fullness through the hind quarter. A little rough in the hind quarter. Nice shape to the head. Fails in the development of the crown. The crown tends to be a little flat and underdeveloped and set back on the head. Nice shape to the ear, fairly good carriage to his ear. Has a good quality to his coat and a nice finish. Our first place animal is going to be Ash. Ash has very good length of body, very nice roundness, fullness through its hind quarter, nice shape to the head, good development to the crown, good carriage to his ears, good shape and substance to the ear. He fails though in terms of the finish of his coat and finish of his color. Our last class of solid mini lops is a class of 2 junior does. Our second place doe is Sweet Tea. She's got good length of body. She's got nice width and development through the shoulder and the midsection, but she slopes very quickly across her hindquarter. She doesn't have quite the massive boldness of the head that I'd like to see. Her crown's set back on her head, not quite the development. She does have fairly good ear carriage. She lacks some finish to her coat and her color. Our first place junior doe is CC Rhea. She has good length of body. She rounds well in her hindquarter, nice depth and width of shoulder. She could be slightly bolder in her head and a little fuller in the lower jaw. She has good carriage to her ears. They lack just a little in the substance. She could be slightly stronger in the development of her crown. She does have a good quality and finish to her coat. We now have our broken group in our mini lops, class of 2 senior bucks, and our second place buck is CCRDJ1. He has a good length to his body, but he fails in terms of the width of body, mainly through the shoulders and midsection. He also tends to flatten off in his hindquarter, and he lacks some fullness down at the very base of his hindquarter. He could be more strongly developed in his head, fuller in his jaw. His crown tends to be set back slightly on his head, not as wide and strongly developed as it should be. He does have good quality of coat, but he lacks a lot of finish in his coat. Our first place broken senior buck is a MM5. Has a very nice length of body, has very good width through his shoulders and midsection. He rounds fairly well in his hindquarter. Has a nice shape to his head. I'd like to see just a little more fullness right at the muzzle. His crown could be slightly wider. Good shape and substance to his ears. Nice quality to his coat. He just lacks some finish of his coat around his hips. We have a class of 2 broken senior does. Our second place doe is going to be CCPNN2. She's got very nice length of body. She fails though in terms of her overall width and massiveness to her body. Tends to slope a little quick in her hindquarter. Nice shape to her head. She too has a crown that's set back slightly on her head, but it's well defined. Good shape and substance to her ear, nice quality to her coat, nice color and finish. Our first place broken senior doe is a CCGNN2. Has good length of body, nice roundness in the top of the hind quarter, very good width through her shoulders. She has a lovely shape to her head. I'd like to see her crown more defined and stronger developed. Has good carriage to her ears. She's just a little rough on her hind quarter. A nice quality to her coat. She lacks just a little finish around the base of her hind quarter. Our last class in our mini lops and in our broken group is our broken junior bucks, class of 2. Second place is going to be AR Area 51. Okay, good. Has a good length of body. He fails just slightly in terms of width of shoulders. I'd like to see him a little deeper in his shoulders. He has a nice shape to his head. Nice development to his crown. He's a little thin in the ears, and his ears are carried slightly out from his head. Good quality to his coat, but he lacks some finish of his coat and his color around his sides. And then our first place is going to be a Steel. Steel's got good length of body, nice width to the shoulder and midsection. I'd like to see Steel round just a little deeper and fuller over the top of the hind quarter and be a little fuller at the base of the hind quarter. He lacks a little boldness to his head, a little development in his crown, has good carriage to his ears, a nice quality to his coat, but he lacks finish around his hips. Okay, for our group awards, our best solid is going to be our solid senior doe. Our best opposite solid is going to be our solid senior buck. In the brokens, our best broken is going to be the senior doe. Best opposite broken will be the senior buck. And then for the breed, our best of breed is going to be our solid senior doe, and best opposite is going to be our broken senior buck.
Our best of breed mini lap goes to Carter Malcolm, and best opposite breed goes to Chase Malcolm. Great job, brothers. By the way, if you didn't notice, all of the rabbits in that class were theirs. We have Polish up right now. English lap will be going up next, and then we will go into our mini Rex groups. So if you don't have any of those rabbits out here, make sure you do that now. Cheryl, got us. Stand us up, I think. Move your leg, please. Okay. We are still missing a couple mini Rex, so if you have a mini Rex, please bring your mini Rex into the show ring. Here is the plan. We are doing Polish and English lap. Mini Rex will be next. We will be doing Dwarf Hotot and Rhinelander, and then taking a 30-minute lunch break. So don't bring your Californians in yet. They will be after lunch. So Hototes and Rhinelander can come in. Mini Rex, if you're not in the ring, you need to bring them in now. Adam Oliver, please bring your Mini Rex to the show ring. And also Vinny Bain, bring your Mini Rex to the show ring.
Okay, we're starting on our next breed, which is a Polish breed, one of our miniature rabbit breeds. And our first class is our blue senior bucks, class of 1. First place is a JVC1. This buck has nice type. He's got good length of body, nice width through his shoulders. He fails just a little in terms of the depth over the top of his hind quarter, fullness in his lower hind quarter. Has a very well-shaped head. He has nice shape and substance to his ears. He carries his ears well. He fails just a little in terms of the boldness of his eye. In terms of his coat, he's just a trifle soft in the overall texture of his coat, and he lacks just a little in the finish of his coat around the bottom of his hips, also finish of his color. Our second class in Polish is our blue senior doe class, class of 1. And our first place is JVC2. She has very good length to her body as well, nice width and depth of shoulders. She fails though in her hind quarters. She tends to slope a little quick in the hind quarter, not quite as full at the base of her hind quarter. She has a very nice shape to her head. She fails a little in terms of her ears. She lacks a little ear. She also fails slightly in the carriage of her ear, just a little gap at the base. I'd like to see her a little bolder in her eyes. She's a little heavy in the pencil line under her neck. She lacks a little finish of coat, but she has nice blue color down her back. And our best blue then is going to be the senior buck. The senior doe will be the best opposite blue, and they will also be best and best opposite for the Polish breed. Buck best, doe opposite.
Our champion and reserve champion Polish goes to Josh Chafee. Congratulations, Josh.
So we now have our English Lop breed. English Lops is the Lop breed, of course, with the longest ears, required to have at least a 21-inch ear span, and that's considered from tip to tip when the ears are stretched tautly. In terms of body, they have a unique body shape as well. They're a semi-arched breed, but they are supposed to look like a mandolin that's been cut in half and laid here. Judged in two groups, solid group and broken group, and we start with a solid senior doe, class of 1. First place is a CT Hornet. She's got very nice length of body. She's got pretty good shape to her body. I'd like to see just a little bit more fullness in the very top of her loin, a little fullness at the base. She has a nice substance to her ear. Her ears could be just slightly wider, just slightly longer to balance with the length of her body and the size of the animal she is. She's our only solid, so she'll be the best of that group, our best solid. Our last class of English Lops is our broken senior buck class, class of 1. Our first place animal is going to be CT Cyclops. He fails just a little in his body type. He doesn't have quite the depth, roundness, width in his hind quarter to present a nice mandolin shape. He's a little narrow in the lower hind quarter. He also is just slightly narrow in his ears and a little short in his ears to balance. A few nicks and blemishes in his ears. He does have a good head. His ears are carried a little high up on his head. They should be down much lower on his head, not quite the condition, especially of the solid doe. He will be our best broken doe for the group. In terms of the breed, the solid doe is going to be our best, and our broken buck is going to be the opposite.
Our best of breed English Lop and best opposite English Lop both go to Justin Lutz. Congratulations, Justin.
All right, our next breed is our Mini Rex breed, and we're beginning with the chocolate variety, class of 1, senior buck. Year number KUV I1 maybe. He's got very nice length to his body, has good body type, nice width and roundness through his hind quarter. He's just a little rough down his spine. I'd like to see some more density to his coat. He's a little soft in the overall texture. He has a nice head, very good ears. He has a few scattered white hairs in his back. He's in between coats, so he's got nice color over the center of his back, and he's changing coats, so he's not got quite as nice chocolate color over his hips. Our next variety of Mini Rex is our Torts. We've got a class of 1 senior doe, year number L. She'll be first. She's a little elongated in her body. She doesn't have quite the width of body that she should have, or fullness in her lower hind quarter. She has a nice head, a little thin on her ears. She has excellent density to her coat. She has excellent texture to her coat. But as you can see, she's very splotchy in her color and lacks finish. She'll be the best of the Tort variety. And since she's the only shaded in there, she'll be also the best of the shaded group. Our next variety of Mini Rex is our casters. First class, we have a class of 2 senior bucks, and our second place buck is a MC11. He's got very nice length to his body. He's got good width through his shoulder and midsection, but he narrows through his hind quarter. He also tends to flatten out on his hind quarter and a little rough. Nice shape to his head, very good ear. When it comes to his fur, he tends to be a little soft in his coat. He's a little short in his coat. Be a little stronger in terms of his ring color. He's a little gray on his surface color along the sides and just not quite finished in his coat. Our first place caster senior buck will be, is it Boo? He's got very nice length of body. He's a very good conditioned animal. He fails just a little in terms of the width and roundness in his hind quarter. He also is a little short in his coat, not quite finished in his coat. He has very good ring color down his back. He too grays just slightly on the sides and not quite finished. We now have a class of 2 caster senior does. Our second place doe is Hazel. Hazel tends to be just a little elongated in her body. She also flattens out slightly on her hind quarter and tends to be a little hippie. In terms of ring color, she lacks a nice rufous factor. She tends to yellow a bit in her ring color, and then on her surface color, she tends to gray slightly. She's just a little short in her coat and a little thin in her coat. Our first place caster senior doe is LR. She has good length of body. She has nice width through her shoulders, midsection. She could be a little wider through her loin. She lacks some density of coat and some finish to her coat. She has good ring color. She fails just slightly in her surface color. For our caster variety, our senior buck will be the best caster, and our senior doe will be the best opposite caster.
We're getting ready to judge the Lynx Mini Rex. Is that Rue?
Yeah.
That is Rue. He has been here for 10 shows that we know of, or at least that I have record of. And they believe that her brother Lucas showed him 2 years before that. So we're guessing he's maybe 12 or 13 years old. So let's give Rue a hand.
Okay, so we have our Lynx senior buck class and our Mini Rex class of 1. Your number ROO. Give him a first. He's got good length to his body. He just needs a little bit more width to his body, mainly in his hind quarter. He's a little narrow. He has a good head, good ear. He has very good density to his coat. At the moment, he's a little unfinished in his coat due to molt. Has good lynx color. Our next class is a Lynx Senior Doe class of 1. Your number Jean. She'll be first. She's got good length of body, nice width through the shoulder and the midsection. She's a little hollow in her loin, and she lacks some fullness at the base of her hind quarter. She has excellent density to her coat. She has good surface color, ring color. She does lack some finish though to her coat. In terms of the lengths, the doe's going to be the best. The buck will be the best opposite lengths for the variety. For the agouti group, the best of the group is going to be the lynx doe, and the opposite's going to be the castor buck. We now have our red variety of Mini Rex, class of 2 senior bucks. Second place buck is going to be a MOE. He has good length to his body, but he tends to narrow in his midsection and hind quarter. He tends to be slightly rough in his hind quarter and lacks some fullness in the lower hind quarter. He does have a good shape to his head, nice ears, very good density of coat, but he's soft in the texture of his coat, just a little smutty on his ear. Our first place red senior buck
It's supposed to be K2.
Okay, so the
That was my mistake. I want to check that one out.
first place red senior buck is K2. He's got good length of body, nice body type. He fails just a little in the fullness of his lower hind quarter. He's got very nice density to his coat, just slightly soft in the texture. He's a little smutty on his ears. And then Our last class of reds is a class of 2 senior does. Our second place senior doe is PET. She's got good length of body. She's got nice width through her shoulder and midsection, but she flattens a little and narrows a little in her hind quarter. Main difference between the two is the fur quality and condition. She lacks a little density to her coat, and she's lacked some finish to her coat. Our first place doe is a Zeva, Z-E-V-A. She's got good length of body. She could have a little more fullness at the base of her hip, but she has very good density of coat, nice textured coat, just a little pitted in the back. For the red variety, the buck will be your best red, the doe will be the best opposite red.
Want me to send that chocolate off down here?
Can. Our next variety in mini Rex is our broken class of 4 senior bucks. Fourth place is going to be a AM750. Animal's got very nice length to the body, but just doesn't have the width and development through the body, mainly through the hind quarters, which needs to be deeper and rounder. It does have good density to the coat, but very soft in the texture. A few missing places in the back. Our third place senior buck is Pecan. He's got good length of body. He fails though in fullness of his hind quarter. He tends to be very soft in his coat. He lacks a lot of density to his coat. Has a very nice balanced pattern. Our second place senior buck is ear number MG1. Very nice length to his body. He too fails a little in the overall width of his body. He tends to be a little narrow through the shoulders, a little narrow at the base of his hind quarter. He has very good density though of his coat, very nice texture to his coat. He just lacks some finish. And our first place is a BOB. He's got good length to his body, very nice width through the shoulder and the midsection. He tends to be though a little hollow in his loin. He lacks some fullness at the base of his hind quarter. He could have a little more density to his coat, lacks a little finish around the hips. We now have a class of 2 broken senior does. Our second place doe is going to be a VB4. She's just a little elongated in her body. She lacks some depth over her shoulders, and she flattens out slightly in her hindquarter. Tends to be a little narrow in her head. She has excellent texture to her coat, but she's a little short in terms of the overall length of coat. Lacks a little bit in the density, but she has a nice balance to her pattern and a nice finish of her coat. Our first place broken senior doe is going to be a HAP. She's got very nice length to her body. I'd like to see just a little fullness at the very base of her hindquarter. She has excellent density of coat, very nice texture to her coat, and a good finish.
Ellie Loudon, can we please have your Rhinelander out to the show ring?
For our broken variety, our senior doe is going to be the best. Our buck will be the best opposite. Okay, we have a very nice group of mini Rex. Today our best of breed mini Rex is going to be our broken doe, and best opposite is going to be our red buck.
Our best of breed mini Rex goes to Emmeline Kashuba, and our best opposite goes to Jonathan Smith.
Okay, our next breed is our Dwarf Hoto, one of two breeds in the ARBA that has the eye bands around the eye.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a blue. There's a blue senior buck. I didn't see that.
So, that's all right. So our first class is going to be a class of 2 black senior bucks. Our second place is going to be ear number MO1. He fails just slightly in body type. He's a little elongated, mainly through the shoulder portion of his body. He's also a little elongated in terms of his ears, a little irregular in the shape of his eye band, but he has nice black density of color in his eye band, nice quality to his coat, and he's a lot cleaner than the first place rabbit. Our first place rabbit is CT Rocket. CT Rocket's winning on his overall shape of his body, head, ears, and eye bands. He's got very nice body type, good width through the shoulders and midsection. He lacks just a little fullness in his lower hind quarter. Nice shape to his head, nice shape, density of color on his eye band, good length of ear, good substance of ear, but he's very dirty, very stained on his hind quarters. Then we have a BB2, fails just slightly in body type, a little narrow through the hind quarter, not quite the shape of head that we'd like to see. Eye bands tend to be very narrow, and he's out of coat. Then we have a class of 1 senior doe, CT Angel. She'll be first. She's got good length of body. She's got very nice width to her body. She fails a little in the fullness of her lower hind quarter. She tends to be a little thin in her ear, slightly pinched at her muzzle. She has fair shape of her eye bands, but she has nice intensity of the eye band color. She too's a bit stained on her hips. Okay, so our best of breed is going to be our senior buck CT Rocket, and our 1 doe is going to be the best opposite.
Our best of breed Dwarf Hotote and best opposite both go to Justin Lutz. Congratulations. Just a reminder, if you have a best of breed out in one of these cages, make sure that you go back and get their water bowl and bring it out to them. It's too hot for them not to have water for the rest of the afternoon. Also, after the Rhinelander is when we're going to take our 30-minute lunch break.
So our next breed is one of the older breeds originating from Germany. It's the Rhinelander breed. We got a class of 1 in the senior doe class, ear number Annie. This is one of several breeds in the ARBA. Once we examine it, we let it run on the table so we can see its conformation and its markings. This animal fails just a little bit in the overall body type. She's a little chopped off in her hind quarter, and she runs down on her ankles instead of on her toes. Her cheek spots could be a little larger. We want a nice blend of color. She tends to be a little heavy on the black as opposed to the orange, and the orange tends to be a little lighter. She fails basically in one of the requirements on her sides. We need at least 3 spots or groups of spots, which she fails. She does have a complete spine marking, but she fails just slightly in the width of her spine marking. Tends to be very narrow at the beginning and also in the hind quarter. She does have a nice quality to her coat and a nice finish to her coat.
Our best of breed Rhinelander goes to Ellie Loudon. Congratulations, Ellie.
I think your second year showing, and we're just trying to get,
Ellie, it goes in one of the cages. We are now going to take about a 30-minute lunch break. It is 1:04 now, so please have your Californians in the ring at 1:35. Everybody make sure they drink lots at lunch. Water, 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 as we say at camp. Can we have all Californians to the show ring? All Californians to the show ring. As soon as we have all the rabbits in here, we'll get started. While we're getting the Californians on the table, if you haven't signed up yet for the pizza party and potluck, the paper is up here. We need to know soon if you're staying for pizza so we know how much pizza to order. So it will be right here on the corner of this table if you haven't signed up yet. Make sure you come get your family's name on here.
Okay, we're starting back with our California breed first class 2 senior bucks. And our second place animal is an H1. Fails slightly in body type. He flattens out a bit in his hind quarter, lacks some fullness in his lower hind quarter. He's a little coarse in his coat, and he lacks some finish of coat. Our first place buck is a CB 51. He's got good length of body. He could be a little stronger in his loin and lower hind quarter. Has a good quality to his coat. He's a little rough in his hip.
H1, that's the far one, yeah.
Our next class of Californians is 3 senior does. Our third place doe is a CM3S. Okay. She fails a little in her body type. She tends to be a little narrow through the body. She lacks fullness and roundness to her hind quarter, and she's a little rough in flesh condition, lacks some finish to her coat. Little Our second place doe is CD52. Very nice length of doe. She's got good width for her shoulders and midsection, but she narrows in her loin. She lacks fullness in her loin and lower hind quarter. Good quality to her coat, but she lacks finish. And our first place doe is going to be a J13. She's got very nice length of body, fairly good height. Except for the very top of her hind quarter, she tends to flatten out just slightly in her hind quarter. Excellent quality of coat and a nice finish. Our next class is a class of 2 intermediate bucks. Second place is going to be a JJH3. He fails slightly in body type. He's a little narrow through his midsection, lacks roundness and fullness in his hind quarter, just a little rough over the hip. He has a good quality of coat over his back, but he's very stained in his hip. Our first place intermediate buck is JJH4. Has a very nice length to his body. He's got good width at shoulder. He fails just a little in the fullness of his loin and roundness and fullness of the lower hind quarter. Has very good flesh condition, nice quality to his coat. Of a class of 2 intermediate does, and our second place is JJH2. She has good length of body. She fails in the width and fullness of her loin. She also lacks some roundness and fullness throughout the hind quarter. She has good density of coat, but she's a little soft in the texture and she lacks a lot of finish to her coat. First place is a JJH1. Very nice length of body. She fails just slightly in the fullness of her hind quarter up on the top through the loin. Very nice quality of coat and a good finished coat. Okay, our best of breed Californian is going to be our senior doe, and the best opposite is going to be the intermediate buck.
Our best of breed Californian went to Lindsay Stone, and best opposite breed went to Braden Stone. Nice job, you two. Can we get Cinnamon, Satin, Flemish Giant, and Holland Lops to the show ring?
Our next breed is the Cinnamon. We have one senior doe in the class. So our first place is going to be a 10516. That's right. She's got fairly good body type. She's got nice width through the shoulders, midsection. She's a little hollow in her loin, not quite as full at the base of the hip as she should be, and a little rough in flesh. She has a good head. She's a little thin on her ears. She fails a bit in color. She's a little splotchy in her surface color, and she lacks some finish to her coat, and she's our best of breed Cinnamon.
Our best of breed Cinnamon will go to Morgan Miller.
Our next breed is our Satin breed. We have a blue variety in a class of 1. That's a MMS1. She fails just a little in body type. She's a little short coupled in her body, a little small in the overall size. She lacks some fullness through her hind quarter, some depth and roundness over the top of her hind quarter. She's also a bit thin in her ears. She's just a trifle soft in the texture of her coat, but she has good density and a fairly good sheen. She just lacks finish, and she'll be our best.
And our best of breed Satin goes to Morgan Miller also. Congratulations, Morgan. Next up, we have our Flemish Giant, or Giants, so they can go straight to the table. And Holland Lops are on deck. So please bring your Holland Lops to the showed ring. Havana, Harlequin, and Lionhead can also head towards the show ring.
Our next breed is our Flemish Giant. It's one of our larger breeds. We have a class of 2 light gray junior does, and our second place will be a L134. She has a very nice length to her body. She fails a little bit though in the structure of her body, in that she's a little refined. She needs a lot more bone, especially in her front legs, a little more boldness to her head, and some more substance to her ears. She fails just slightly in her body type. She tends to flatten off and narrow in her hind quarters. She's a little brassy in the color and lacks some finish of her surface color. Our first place doe will be a L135. She's got very nice length of body and a little bit better profile and body type than the second place rabbit, but she too tends to flatten off slightly, and I'd like to see a more heavier bone in her front legs and a little more boldness of her head. She does have good substance of her ear. She lacks some finish of her coat. She'll be the best light gray, and she'll be also the best of breed Flemish Giant. Okay, we have our Holland Lot breed. These are judged in two groups, again, solid and broken. We begin with 4 solid senior bucks, and our 4th place buck is a CTAUMO something. He's got very nice length of body, and he has a nice profile, nice shape to his head, but he just has too much control of his ears. He wants to be more of an airplane than a lop. He lacks some finish to his coat. He's a little rough in flesh and lacks a little in the bone of the front legs. Our 3rd place buck is a C82. C82 is just a little elongated in the body, especially through the shoulder area, and lacks some depth of shoulders. Has fair shape to his head. He does have very good crown, good carriage to his ears. He lacks some finish to his coat. Our 2nd place solid senior buck is a KH1991. He's got good length of body, but he fails in terms of width and depth of his shoulders and fullness of his hind quarter. He has a nice shaped head, except that he's pinched at the muzzle. He fails in development of his crown. He too has a lot of control in his ears and lacks some finish of coat and color. And our 1st place is a HH7. He's got very nice length of body. He rounds well on his hind quarter. He's got a good top profile. He could use some more width of shoulders. Nice shape to his head. Has a good carriage to his ears and a fairly well developed crown. He lacks a little bit in terms of finish of his coat. We have a class of 3 solid senior does in the Holland Lops. Our 3rd place doe is going to be a TA. She has a very nice length of body. She rounds well in her hind quarter, but she's a little flat over her shoulders, lacks a little width of shoulder to balance with her hind quarter. She needs to be bolder and fuller down through the muzzle of her head. She has a nice developed crown, good shape to her ears. She fails a little in the substance of her ear, but she's very splotchy in her coat and lacks a lot of finish to her coat. Our 2nd place doe will be a CTSICILY. She's just a little elongated through her shoulders. Very nice shape to her head, but a little pinched at the muzzle. Good development of her crown, but it's a trifle far back on her head. Nice carriage to her ears, but they're a little thin. She has a good quality of coat, but lacks finish of coat and color. And her 1st place solid senior doe is a number 2. Very nice length of body, very nice width through her body. She just lacks a little depth of shoulders, very nice shape of head. She fails though in the width and development in her crown, width and substance to her ear, a nice quality of her coat, lacks just a little finish down along her hip. Okay, we have a class of 2 solid junior bucks in the Holland lot. Our second place buck is going to be is it Caramel? He's just a little elongated for a junior buck. He needs some more width through his shoulders, midsection, and lower hind quarter. His head also needs more boldness and fullness to his head and tends to be just a little elongated along with his ears. He has a good quality to his coat, but he lacks a lot in the finish of his coat. First place, Young Animal, CT Casper. Very nice length of body. He rounds well in his hind quarter. He just needs a little development in his shoulders, excellent shape to his head. He's a little flat though in terms of crown development, but he does have good carriage to his ears. Very nice density to his coat. It's a baby coat and lacks some finish. Okay, we start the broken group. We have first class 2 broken senior bucks, 2 very nice bucks. Our second place buck is going to be a KHABIB maybe. He's got very nice length of body. He rounds well in his hind quarter. He lacks just a little development in his shoulders to balance with his hind quarter. Nice shape to his head, good carriage to his ears. He's a little flat in his crown. His major fault today is he's just not in coat. He's started to molt right behind his shoulders and lacks a lot of finish to his coat. First place is going to be, is it a in whiskers? Okay. He's got good length of body. Very nice width through the shoulder and the midsection, and he rounds well across his hind quarter. Very nice shape to his head, good width between his eyes, nice fullness at the muzzle. He's just a tad flat though in his crown, but he does have good carriage, shape, and substance to his ears. Nice quality of coat.
If you're not out here already, we need Havanas, Harlequins, and Lionheads in the show ring. And you can also start getting your New Zealands ready. We'll start with black, then blue, then broken, then red, then white.
We have 3 broken senior does in the class. Our third place doe is going to be Delilah. She has a good length of body, but she lacks a lot of width through her body, especially through the midsection and hind quarter. Tends to be a little rough down her spine. She has an excellent shape to her head, nice width between the eyes, nice structured crown set just slightly back on her head, good shape to her ears. She lacks a little in the finish of her coat. Our second place broken senior doe is CT Sammy. She's a trifle elongated in her shoulder. She needs some more roundness and fullness in her hind quarter. She too has an excellent shape to her head. Crown set back on her head and her ears are carried slightly wide, just a little long and unfinished in her coat. And our first place broken senior doe is a L170. Very nice length of body, very nice width of body, but she flattens a trifle on the top of her hind quarter. Very nice shape to her head. She fails though in the carriage of her ears. They tend to be carried out from the head. She lacks some development in her crown. Nice quality of coat, but fair finish. A class of 1 junior buck, CT913. He has good length to his body. He's got nice depth and width of shoulders, but he's very narrow in his hind quarter, and he flattens in his hind quarter. He needs a lot more fullness and boldness in his head. He has good carriage to his ears, but only a fair crown. He lacks some density to his coat, and he's also a little long in his coat. Our last class of Holland Lumps is a class of 2 broken junior does. Our second place is a CT Lily. She has good length of body, very nice depth over her shoulders. She's a little undercut though in her hind quarter, not quite as developed in the lower jaw. She's a little long and ear to balance with her body. She lacks some development in her crown. She's a little soft yet and unfinished in her coat. Our first place is CT912. She's got very nice length to her body, very nice profile body, nice width and depth of shoulders, nice shape to her head. She fails though slightly in the development of her crown and carriage of her ears. Good quality of coat and pretty good finish. Okay, for our group winners in the Holland Lops, our best solid is going to be our senior doe. Our best opposite solid is going to be the senior buck. For our brokens, our best broken is going to be the senior buck. Best opposite broken is going to be the junior doe. And then for our best of breed and best opposite sex Holland lot, our best of breed is going to be the broken buck, and best opposite is going to be the solid doe.
Our best of breed Holland Lop goes to Ashley Meyer. Best opposite breed is Justin Lutz. Congratulations, you two.
Our next breed is our Havana. We have a broken variety, senior doe, ear number flop. She fails just a little in her body type. She's a little elongated in body type for the Havana breed. She lacks a little width in the shoulder and midsection, just a trifle soft in her coat, lacks some luster to the coat, nice shape to her head. She'll be the best of the variety and also best of the breed.
Our best of breed Havana goes to Adam Oliver. Congratulations.
We now have our magpie variety of our Harlequin breed. We have a chocolate senior buck and a chocolate senior doe. Our first place buck is AR1. He fails just slightly in his body type. He's a little narrow through his hind quarter and a little flat in his hind quarter. He fails just slightly in color of his ears. He has two colored ears instead of one colored and one white. Fair alternation of color between his ears and his head. Tends to be very plain on his chest instead of having a divided chest. He does alternate color between his front and hind legs on his left side, but he fails on his right side. He's a little narrow. He's a little shy of banding on his back. He also fails just slightly in the intensity of his color. Then we have a class of one senior doe, AR4. She fails just slightly in body type. Also, she fails in fullness of her lower hind quarter and roundness in the hind quarter. She does have fairly good markings on her ears and head, but she fails in alternation of color between the ears and the head. Nice chest markings, good front leg markings. Nice alternation of color between the front feet and the back feet on her left side. Fails just slightly in alternation and banding on her back. The doe will be our best harlequin and our best magpie, and the buck will be the best opposite. We now have our lion head breed. This particular animal is a sable point, which is one of our certificate of development colors in the lion head. She's a senior doe. Ear number DAN. She fails just a trifle in her body type. She tends to be a little elongated in her body, doesn't have quite the fullness in her lower hind quarter. Her head tends to be slightly elongated as well as her ears. Her mane could have a little more density and uniformity to its shape. She does have nice density, texture, and finish of her coat down her back, but she fails a little in the uniformity and finish of her color. And that'll be the best of the lion heads. We now have our New Zealand breed, and we begin with our black variety. We have a class of 1 senior buck, BH3L. He's got good length of body. He fails just a trifle in terms of the depth of his shoulders and width of his shoulders. He could use just a little more fullness in his loin. He rounds fairly well in his hind quarter. He's got good density to his coat, but he's very soft in the texture of his coat. Few scattered white hairs in his back, and he lacks a little in the finish. Then we have a class of 1 in the Black New Zealand Junior Buck class. Your number 412 ADR. He's got good length to his body. He just fails in development of his shoulders. He's a little narrow in the shoulders, a little dip in the shoulders. He does round fairly well in his hind quarter and fairly full in his hind quarter. Nice condition to his flesh. He too's a little soft in his color and fails a little in the intensity of the black color. We have a class of 1 in the Black New Zealand Junior Does. Your number EH4D. She's got good length to her body, nice body type. She rounds all over her hindquarters, nice fullness in the lower hindquarter, just a small dip over the top of her shoulders. She has very nice texture to her coat. She fails a bit though in the density of her coat and finish just a few scattered white hairs in the back. Our best black New Zealand is going to be our junior doe, and the opposite is going to be the senior buck.
Okay, so it's a blue senior buck, but it's
We have a class of 1 in the blue senior bucks. Your number LOV3. He's got good length to his body. He tends to be a little low and weak through his shoulders. He could be wider and fuller in his loin, just slightly rough down his spine. He has a nice head and good ears. He's a little thin in his coat and he's a little coarse in coat. Lacks some finish of coat throughout. He's a little brassy in his surface color back on his hips, and he's the best of our blue ones.
one senior buck racing at the end there, and then two senior does.
We have a class of 1 in our broken New Zealand senior bucks. Your number KK12. He's got good length of body. He rounds well over the top of his hind quarter. Just a little weak in his midsection, just slightly rough down his spine. Tends to be a little coarse in his coat, and he lacks a little finish in his coat.
Two senior does.
I don't like your teeth. Okay, we have a class of 2 broken senior does. Our second place doe is a HF201. She fails slightly in body type. She's a little short coupled in her body. She lacks a lot of width through the midsection, a lot of fullness and roundness in her hind quarter. Tends to be a little rough in her flesh. She has good density to her coat, but she fails in the finish of her coat. Our first place doe will be a W1. She's got nice length to her body. She tends to be just slightly hollow in her loin, not quite as full at the base of her hip as I'd like to see. She's got good flesh condition, tends to be a little coarse in her coat, and she lacks some finish of coat.
Two intermediate does. We're not getting out of here. That's a junior.
Last call to get your name on the list for the pizza party. If you're going to eat pizza with us, you need to have your name on this list so we buy enough pizza, please.
We have a class of 2 intermediate does in the New Zealands. Our second place doe is a WRJ-RI. She fails slightly in her body type. She's a little narrow through the shoulder and midsection, and she flattens off in her hind quarter. She's a little thin in coat, and she lacks a lot of finish to her coat. Our first place intermediate doe is a HM8L. She's got nice length to her body. Just a small dip over the top of her shoulders, slopes ever so slightly over the top of the hind quarter. Very nice flesh condition, very good quality to her coat, and a nice finish to her coat.
And then one junior doe. Don't worry, baby. It's gonna be okay.
We have a class of 1 broken junior doe. Your number 412CDR. She's got good length of body. She fails just slightly in the depth and development of her shoulders, but she rounds well in her hind quarter. She has good flesh condition. Still baby coat, so she lacks a lot of finish. For our broken variety, our best broken is going to be our intermediate doe, and our best opposite is going to be our senior buck.
Do something for your wrist. Okay. Red intermediate doe. Is that the broken 6'8"? Broken red or broken black?
For our red New Zealands, we've got 1 intermediate doe, SM6A. She's got good length to her body. She fails slightly in body type, a little flat up over her shoulders, not quite as full in the loin as I'd like to see. She tends to be a little thin in her coat, a little soft in her coat. She also fails in terms of red color. She's just a little light throughout in red color, has a lot of smutting on her ears. And she's the best of that variety.
You have one.
White New Zealand's, we have a class of 1 senior buck. Your number R1. He's got good length to his body. He's a little weak though through his shoulders. He rounds well in his hind quarter. Has good flesh condition. He's got good density to his coat and a nice textured coat, but he lacks a lot in terms of being finished in coat, and he's a little stained throughout. We have a class of 1 in the senior does. Your number EH4. She has fair type. She tends to be a little narrow through her body. She lacks a lot of width and roundness and fullness in her hind quarter. She has a nice textured coat, but she's very thin in coat and lacks finish. We have a class of 2 intermediate bucks. Second place buck is going to be a HRO. He fails in body type. He tends to be very elongated, narrow through his shoulders, lacks a lot of fullness in the lower hind quarter, some width and roundness in the top of his hind quarter. He also has a fair shape to his head. He's out of coat, tends to be stained along his sides. Our first place is going to be a WR2. He's got good length of body. He fails just slightly in his hind quarter. He needs fullness at the very base of the hind quarter. He could use some more width and roundness in his loin. Very good density to his coat, but he fails in the overall texture and finish.
Intermediate bucks, these two, right?
Class of 1 for the intermediate New Zealand white does. Your number WR3. She has good length to her body. She fails just slightly in terms of fullness and roundness over the top of her hind quarter. Tends to be a little rough in her hip. Excellent density to her coat, a little coarse in the texture of her coat, and she lacks a lot in finish. We have a class of 1 for the New Zealand White Junior Bucks. Your number Snowy has good length of body, has a fairly good top line. Could use just a little bit more development in terms of the width and fullness of the loin. Very nice flesh condition, a good quality to the coat. We have a class of 2 for the New Zealand White Junior Does. Our second place doe is going to be an E2. She has good length of body, but she fails in terms of fullness and roundness in her hind quarter. She needs some more width and fullness to her loin. Tends to be very soft still in her coat and lacks some finish of coat. And our first place is an E1. She has a very nice length of body. Nice top line. I'd like to see just a little more fullness in her loin, and she lacks finish to her coat. For our white variety, our best white New Zealand is going to be our 6'8" buck, and our best opposite is going to be the 6'8" doe. For our New Zealand breed, our best of breed is going to be our broken doe, and the best opposite is going to be the black buck.
Our best of breed New Zealand was Maxwell Hartman, and also the best opposite breed was Maxwell Hartman. Nice job, Max. Right now we have Netherland Dwarfs going on the table. Dutch Palomino should come to the show ring, and breeders class should get prepared with their rabbits and make sure you have your pedigrees with you.
Starting our Netherland Dwarf breed, our first variety is going to be our blacks. We have a class of 1 in the senior does. Your number L. She'll be first. She's got good length of body. She's got nice width and depth through her shoulders. She fails slightly in fullness of her lower hind quarter. Very nice shape to her head. She's a little thin in her ears. She has a good quality of coat, but she's just broken and a little missing in terms of coat right on the center of her back over her shoulders. She'll be our best of variety black.
We got one cruise of your buck and winners.
We have a class of 1 in the ruby-eyed white senior buck. Your number N or Z. Give him first. He's got good length of body, very nice width through his shoulders and midsection, very nice shape to his head, good substance to his ear. He just fails in fullness of his lower hind quarter, and he's just out of coat. We have a class of 1 in the ruby-eyed white senior does. Your number Bonnie. She's 2, has good length of body. She could use a little more depth of shoulder and hind quarter. Nice shape to the head, except the muzzle, she's slightly pinched. She's a little thin in the ears. She too has a good density to her coat, but she's just out of coat. For the variety, the senior buck is going to be the best ruby-eyed white. The doe will be the best opposite ruby-eyed white. We have a class of 1 for the Smoke Pearl Junior Does. Your number is CT Mina. She's got very good length to her body, very nice depth and roundness in her hind quarter. She just fails in development of her head. She's a little thin in her ears, a little rough in flesh, very splotchy in her color. She'll be the best for the Smoke Pearl variety. We have a class of 1 for the Otter Senior Bucks. Your number L1. He has very nice length to his body. He's a little narrow though in his shoulders. He flattens slightly in his hind quarter. Very nice shape to his head. Good length of ear, nice substance to his ear. He's just out of coat, and he's the best of the variety. We have a class of 1 in the Himalayan Senior Buck, CTKAI. He's got very nice length of body, very nice roundness in his hind quarter, nice shape to his head, good substance to his ear. He fails just slightly in the finish of his coat. We have a class of 1 for the Himalayan Dwarf Junior Doe, CT Val. She's just a trifle narrow in her body. She lacks some depth over her shoulders. She's also a little narrow in the head, especially in the lower muzzle. Good shape and substance to her ears. Still has her baby coat, very soft in the texture. The senior buck is going to be the best for the Himalayan variety. In terms of the group placements, the Hemi Senior Buck will be the best for the AOV group, and the doe is going to be best opposite for the AOV group. We have only 1 tan, so the Otter Buck is going to be the best for the tan group. We have 1 shaded, so the Smoke Pearl will be the best for the shaded group. And for the self group, the ruby-eyed white senior buck's going to be the best self, and the black's going to be the best opposite self. For the Netherland Dwarf breed, our best of breed is going to be our Hemi buck, and the opposite is going to be the black doe.
The best of breed Netherland Dwarf went to Alyssa Lutz, and the best opposite breed Netherland Dwarf went to Megan Flesher. Nice job, ladies. On the table now are the Dutch, and then Palomino will be next before breeders class.
So we now have the Dutch breed, and we have a class of 2 black Dutch senior does. Our second place is going to be a KOI2. She has good length of body. She fails a little in her body type. She's a little narrow through the shoulders. She doesn't round as well as she should in her hindquarter. She does have a nice saddle, a good neck, just a little ragged on her blades and a little uneven on her cheeks. She has a good undercut, but she fails in her stops, very ragged on her stops on the right side and biased on the left side. And she's just out of coat, so her coat's not finished and her color's not finished. Our first place black senior doe is a PIS pistol, okay? She's got good length of body, fairly good body type, a little biased on the saddle, good neck. She has a good blaze, a little square on her cheeks with a very good undercut, very nice length to her stops. She fails just a trifle in her coat, a few scattered white hairs in her back. We have a class of 1 for the black junior bucks. Your number Bayer. He's got good length to his body. He needs some more width through the shoulder and midsection. Has a nice saddle, a good clean neck, very nice blaze. He's a little uneven on his cheeks, fails just slightly on the undercut. He tends to be a little long and biased on his right stop, a little biased on the left stop. He too's out of coat and color. For the black variety, the senior doe is going to be the best of the blacks, and the little junior buck will be the best opposite for the black variety. In our blue variety, we have 1 senior buck, TS 784. He's just a little narrow in body type, a little ragged on his saddle, nice clean neck. He fails slightly in the cheeks. They tend to be a little square, a little long. Very good undercut. He tends to be a little long. And then even on his stops, he also fails in finish of his coat and color. He's the best of the blue variety. So for the Dutch breed, our black doe is going to be our best of breed, and our blue buck will be our best opposite.
Our best of breed Dutch went to Morgan Miller, along with our best opposite breed. Congratulations, Morgan.
Our Palomino breed and our gold variety. We have a class of 1 senior buck, your number L2. He's got good length of body. He fails just slightly in roundness over the top of his hind quarter, fullness of his hind quarter. He's got a nice quality to his coat, and he's got fairly good color except on the sides where he lacks finish of coat and color. For our Palomino senior does, we have a class of 1 K63. She has good length of body, but she fails in the overall body type. She tends to narrow in her hind quarter. She needs some more width and development through her loin. Very nice quality to her coat. She does fail though in terms of color. Tends to lighten on her sides. We have a class of 1 for the intermediate Palomino bucks, L7T. Has good length to his body, nice width through his shoulders and midsection. He fails just a trifle in his hind quarter. He lacks a little width of loin and fullness of his loin. He does have good flesh condition, a nice quality to his coat, and fairly good color. We have a class of 1 for the junior bucks. We have an ear number M28. Has a good length of body. Nice width through the shoulder and the midsection, just slightly hollow in the hind quarter. Has a good density of coat, but fails in the overall texture and finish. Still just a baby coat. Lacks some finish of color along the lower sides. And we have a class of 1 for our Palomino Junior Does, M30. She's got good length of body. She fails just slightly in the width of her body. She narrows as she goes back from the midsection to the hind quarter. Needs more fullness in her loin. She does have a good density to her coat, but she still has the baby texture and lacks some finish. Okay, our best of breed Palomino is going to be our intermediate buck, and our best opposite is going to be our senior doe.
Your best of breed and best opposite Palomino goes to Ashlyn Chester. At this point, we would like breeders class to be in the show ring. Make sure you have your pedigree with you. Dylan and Haley up there. You want them to go ahead? I want to take one more second for those of you left to congratulate our two senior members. One of them's about to do breeders class. The other one is helping give out awards right now. So Lauren Lutz, wave. Lauren is a senior. She's been showing with us, I think, for 6 years. Does that sound right? 8, 6, 8, for a while. And Megan Flesher has been showing all 10 years of her 4-H career. So congratulations, ladies. Good luck on your futures. You're welcome. What's your major? Health and exercise science and physical therapy assistant. So she'll be a physical therapist. We just need to find out what kinds. While the judge is talking to the kids about breeders class, I'm going to go over some of our sponsors for our best of breed trophies. A big thank you to A Plus Irrigation, Hoop and Gardeners, Dale and Mary Lou Linnemeyer, Three Rivers Rabbit Raisers in memory of Janet and Nora Burnt, the John Platt family, Reggie and Diana Scholl, Raymond and Jennifer Oliver, so sorry. G&K Concepts, Greg and Kim Kneibler, Sam and Janelle, Malcolm and family.
See if Haley, Hallie, and Dylan are doing breeders' class.
Quick stop. Hallie Paul and Dylan Paul, please stop up here to Cheryl. She's wondering if you're planning on doing breeders' class. Back to sponsors. Sam and Janelle Malcolm and family, Rex Coomer Farms, the Lutz family, and the Breeders' Class Champion Trophy is sponsored by Three Rivers Rabbit Raisers, our rabbit club. And the Breeders' Reserve is also by Three Rivers Rabbit Raisers in memory of Janet and Nora Burnt. Thank you all for your donations towards the trophies. We couldn't pull off this show without your support. Cheryl, all bids are no. They are not. So I have up here that I don't have. Okay, a second, I need to add them. While the judge is talking to the kids, I'm going to tell you the sponsors of our 4 and 6 class awards, which will be coming up right after breeders class. Our sixth class champion banner was donated by Rex Cooper Farms. Coomer Farms, forgive me. Cell phone little, hard to read. Reserve champion sixth class rabbit was donated by Milan Center Feed and Grain. The grand champion fourth class rabbit banner was donated by Reggie and Diana Scholl. The reserve grand champion fourth class banner was donated in memory of Russ Parker by Dawn, Sean, Carly, and Corbin Parker. And our Best in Show trophy is sponsored by Imperial Trophy.
Okay, so this is the breeders class. These young breeders are exhibiting animals which they have bred, and what they just finished doing was explaining to me what they've got, how they produced it, the background for these animals in terms of the pedigree, and then I look at the animals in terms of quality. lot of nice rabbits. A lot of work goes in this class because these are all animals that they've all bred and worked hard. So give them a round of applause for all the work they have done. Very nice animals and a lot of hard work. So I'm going to pick one honor class, a reserve champion, and a champion today. So for my honor class, it's going to be this breeder with this rabbit. For my reserve champion, it's going to be this breeder and this rabbit. And for my champion, it's the Netherland Dwarf.
Our honor class and breeders class went to Chase Malcolm. Our reserve champion breeders class went to Carter Malcolm. And our champion breeders class went to Alyssa Lutz. Congratulations. At this point, if you have a best in breed 4-class rabbit, the smaller breeds, please bring them to the show table. 4-class rabbits to the show table. Just a reminder, if you are selling a rabbit in auction, you have, I believe, 2 hours after the show to get it turned in. Oh, 1 hour. See? That's what I was looking for. You have 1 hour. We would rather just have it turned in now. That way we're done. But 1 hour after the show to get those papers turned in if you want to sell a rabbit at auction. Those are only for your meat classes. We're not selling any little Holland Lops at auction for dinner.
All right, we're picking the best four-class animal, and of course that means these animals are shown in just four classes within their breed. They're the smaller breeds typically. Very nice animals, and before I pick anything, let's give these young people a round of applause for some very nice animals. For me, it came down to looking at 5 animals today, and the 5 animals I was looking at for my top awards were the Mini Rex, the Holland Lop, the Netherland Dwarf, the Mini Satin, and the Mini Lop. In my opinion, those are the 5 animals that come closest to meeting their individual breed standard. Today I'm going to pick a champion, a reserve champion, and 3 honor class animals. So my first honor class animal is going to be our Mini Lop. Our second honor class animal is going to be our Mini Rex. Our third honor class is going to be our Netherland Dwarf. I'm left with 2 very nice animals. I have a broken Holland Lop and I have a broken Mini Rex, and it's just little nitpicky things between those 2. For today, the reserve champion is going to be the Holland Lop, and the champion is going to be the Mini Satin.
Our 4-class champion with her Mini Satin was Caitlin Meyer, and our 4-class reserve champion with her Holland Lop was Ashley Meyer. Congratulations. Our 4-class champ will hang out to go for best in show. while he's looking at the 6th class rabbits, our pizza is being picked up at about 4:30, so our carry-in will start about 4:45 in the celebration pavilion that's right over here between the rabbit barn and the show barn. So about 4:45, bring all your goodies. The pizza should show up, and we'll hang out and try to find a breeze. Once the show is completed, we need to get everything cleaned up so it's ready for the Top and Honor Achiever celebration tonight. So we'll be accepting all help. We'll get stuff moved outside and then have people get it carried in to the far end. Oh, it's going on the wagon. So once we tear it down, we're putting it on the wagon, apparently. I just learned this. So we don't even have to take it to the rabbit barn. So any help is appreciated. Also, 4-class rabbits, make sure you get your water containers. I don't really need more at home, so. And 6th class once you're done, but make sure you get all your water containers out. Also, at the end of the day, or once you get your rabbits put away, make sure all your carrying cages and stuff are at the far end where the bulletin board is, as close to the wall as you can make it, but leave this space open in the middle where the bulletin boards are. There's some pictures and stuff from last year and of some of our members, so take a look at those and make sure your stuff is on the sides of those and not blocking the bulletin boards. If it's blocking the bulletin boards, we're going to move your stuff. So make sure it's in the right spot. Nothing can be on top of their cages other than the rabbits that we have if you won. Nothing can be underneath the cages. And if you don't have the paper nameplates on your cages, please get those put on. If there's a problem with your rabbit, we need to know who to contact, especially as hot as it's supposed to be the next couple days. So make sure that every one of your rabbits has your 4-H'er's name and either the rabbit's name or tattoo, what kind it is, so we can get a hold of you. For 4-H'ers, if you did not pick up your medal rabbit, please come and do that now, unless obviously you're doing 6th class rabbit and then you have to wait.
All right, this is our 6th class. These are the animals. These are the bigger breed animals that we recognize. They're shown in 6 classes. And again, we have a lot of nice animals here to pick from. And let's give our young breeders a hand for all the work they've done to produce these. It comes down to 4 different animals for me in this class. One of these is the New Zealand. One is the French Lop. One is the English Lop. And one is the Palomino. So I'm going to pick again a champion, a reserve champion, and 2 honor class rabbits. The first honor class rabbit is going to be the French Lop. The second honor class rabbit is going to be the English Lop. And again, it comes down to small minor things, picking between the champion and the reserve champion. My reserve champion for the 6th class is going to be the New Zealand, and my champion is going to be the Palomino.
Our champion 6th class rabbit was Ashlyn Chester with her Palomino. And our reserve champion 6th class was Maxwell Hartman with his New Zealand. Congratulations to both of you. Right now, he is looking at the 4 class and 6 class winner to choose our best in show for today.
It's always an honor for me to come here and judge this fair. A great group of people here to work for. And before I pick the best in show, I'd like us to give a hand to all these fine adults here that put in a lot of time and effort to make this show what it is. Also, I'd like to say that we owe a hand and a great thank you to all the parents, grandparents, and adults who go in to support all these young people and enable them to be here to show these animals. So I have 2 fine animals here, of course. I like them. I picked them as 6 class and 4 class. Great representatives of their breed. And our best in show for today is going to be the Mini Satin.
Congratulations, Caitlin Meyer, on the 2021 Allen County Fair Rabbit Show Best in Show. Let's give her one more big round of applause. And Ashlyn Chester. Before everybody leaves, let's also give our judge, Jeff Harden, another big round of applause for coming out today and living in the heat with us. And